Hey everyone, welcome to the stream. This is Accounting Nightmare. Welcome Tag, good to see ya. Endwalk. We're walking. I have no idea where we're going today in the story. I want to go to the moon, but I don't know when we're going to go there, so we'll just find out. I had a nice little weekend off, did a bunch of Eureka stuff. And there's a maintenance tomorrow, which is pretty rude. So, we'll see what I can get done today. Alright. We're up to level 82. So we've done the first dungeon. Hey Walken, you finished those books for your ARR relic? Nice, congrats. That's a big accomplishment. Those books take forever. Congrats. And Eureka, I've nearly finished Pagos in terms of story. I'm elemental level 33. I need to be 35 to do the last quest there and unlock the third zone. Need to do way more farming there for the relic though. It seems Pagos needs a ton of materials farmed up. Where's my relic? There it is. Caledbolg Pagos. Yeah, so I've got the first Pagos upgrade, but I need like 500 of these little crystals. I'm nearly there, but then there's multiple steps beyond that where I also need 5 drops from the boss. It's going to be a lot of farming. I have been enjoying it though, because I've been using lots of guides to help me figure out what the heck I'm doing. And the story is getting really interesting, so I really want to see how that goes. Anyway. Eureka, that's a whole thing. Right, we are warrior. For the Endwalker. So we've taken down one of the towers. And we saved a whole lot of people, including Nidana. Over in Thavnair. That was great. Hey Lauren, good to see ya. Welcome. Sound the bell, school's in. Oh yes, the last thing we did was we had a really lovely little cutscene of having some food with our kids and with Graha and Kryl. It was really sweet. And we've got a mood flower and it turned green. So we're learning about this emotional energy thing. Alright, what are we doing today? I hope you didn't mind us barging into your room for our late night feast. For what it's worth, it did me a world of good to put our troubles to one side, if only for a moment. A lot of rank 1 and 2 materia. Yep. I think I'd saved up a ton of materia, but quick synthesizing a ton of cheap items. Okay, that could be useful. Once you get access to the market board too, it's worth server hopping to see if there's any nice cheap ones you can buy. My kids and my cat, yes. And welcome, Mia. Cat Borger. Sound the bell. School's in. Kryl and Grahatia were having a pleasant conversation until you barged in. Rude. Oh, there you are. Feeling refreshed, I hope? I was about to make my way to the studium, as it happens. I wanted to try and speak with Scholark Montigane and thank him for coming to our rescue in the rostra. As it turns out... Slow beef! Aw, thank you for the raid. Thank you very much. We've just started for the day. We're in Endwalker, so we're doing big story stuff. Disrespect knife. Nice. You were playing Elden Ring again, weren't you? No worries, Meowtroid. Have a good sleep. Thank you. Yeah, I'm still pretty early in Endwalker. We're up to level 82 quests. So we've done the first dungeon. Eorzea has fast food. Nice. We're playing Elden Walker. Yeah, I've been enjoying watching Slow Beef play Elden Ring. Aww, thank you, Meowtroid. That'd be awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I'm a female Zayala. I'm going warrior for Endwalker, but I usually play a white mage. You play a male Zayala. Ooh, nice. Don't see many male Zayalas around. That's a shame. They're cool. Yeah, thank you very much for the raid, Slow Beef. Alright, so yeah, if you haven't seen much FF14, it's extremely story focused, so it's pretty much just lots of cutscenes. The story's great though, and the characters are just really endearing. Yeah, and this is very deep in the story. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find that we'd already departed for Thavnair. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the cud with his former students. Chew the cud? I haven't heard that saying before. Since we're still waiting for Ishtola and the others, I thought now the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? Then it's settled. The twins will be coming too. Assuming Alphino can tear himself away from his new toys, I'll let you rally the troops, while I go on ahead to Phenomenon. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the studium for a time. That might be for the best. If the others should return, tell them we will not be long. He did crimes. He snuck into the restricted section in the library and got caught. Switch to Reaper, but your main Dragoon. Oh, I love both those classes. They're my favourite DPS classes. They're both so fun. Unlike some of the Scions, I am not an alumni of the Studium. As such, I have no acquaintances there I am obliged to visit. And while I love nothing more than to pore over the many great tomes of Phenomenon, I fear my presence there would stir up more unwanted trouble. So, for now, I will be patient. Much as it pains me to do so. Alright. Alize. Where is Alize? Outside, apparently. Just see if there's anyone in here. His only crime was being too short. Yes. No one in here. I still love the music in this area, in this city. Ah, Alfie's practicing with his new toys. He changed class. He's a sage now. He's got cool floaty things. If Father can master these fiendish contraptions, then so can I. Fiendish? Heading out for a stroll? The Skolak himself was here. In that case, what are we waiting for? I too am eager to see him, though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the Studium. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Notoriety. Sorry, words are hard. Alphino of all people worrying over his reputation, and at our alma mater, no less. All wonders never cease. You'll understand soon enough. Off we go. Now we kind of got in trouble. We nearly got kicked out of the city. Oh, keep forgetting I can't mount here. It feels like only yesterday that I first walked through these doors. See that sculpted picture above the entrance? That's the mark of Thaliak, the scholar, bearer of the waters of knowledge. It's no exaggeration to say that Charlayan itself is one enormous shrine to him, and that's especially noticeable here in the studium. Picture? Oh, up there. That's cool. Here it is, Phenomenon. Well, I expect you made note of it before. One can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? While most of the space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. As the centre of what would later become the studium, it was established to promote the study of aetherological phenomena, hence the name. Though with aether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life, and even the universe itself. And then, in the 432nd year of the 6th astral era, Phenomenon was decreed complete, and the studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority on aetherology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless other fields, standing proud as Charlayan's foremost educational institute. Why do they have this speech memorised? He always did enjoy giving the grand tour to new students. Indeed, I've long since lost track of how many times he has recited that same foppish speech. Such is his undying love for his old stamping ground. He was in top form back then, youngest to enter the studium, graduated with highest honours in magical arts and aetherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on, you both joined the studium at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Nice of you to say, but Alphino actually entered half a year before me, nor did I do well enough to graduate with honours, and I'm certainly not the studium's most notorious master debater. In all respects have I ever been in his shadow. If nothing else, just remember that this was where the legend of Alphino Levior began. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully, we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were at the last stand. I know better than anyone the adoration the student body has for Alphino, and with a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage. Uh-oh, he has fans. Alistair, you can't say that. You also play a male Ryan. Ah, yep. I think I've seen your character, haven't I? During a Stormblood stream, you encountered an NPC that looked exactly like you. Oh, that's cool. That is funny. Well, there's no time like the present. I don't remember that, actually. I should go back and have a look. First things first, let's look for Skylark Monteshane. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whims take him. Let's split up and ask the students if they've seen him. Can't expect you to believe the youngest student ever who achieved the highest honours would actually be admired by his peers. Yeah. Well, it's a very scholarly city, and I agree. Especially if he's a master debater. Hello, have I talked to you? Yeah. Alize. Things were bad enough during our school days, and Alphino's time abroad has only heightened his fame. Or should that be infamy? He had his rivals and detractors, of course, though most of them gave that up after his adoring fans set upon them like ravenous dogs. Alphino, on the other hand, never paid them much notice. They were simply beneath him. Oh. He's grown a lot since then as a person, thankfully. Aww. Aww. Cute. I assure you, I'll tell you all about it after my business with the Scholark has concluded. The Scholark? Tell me, my good fellow, does this have something to do with saving the world from catastrophe? Might we turn our attention to Master Leviur's graduation thesis? I too have my doubts regarding our policy of non-intervention. Is it true that your experiences overseas are the reason you have incurred the ire of the Forum? Oh, what I wouldn't give to see you butt heads with those old codgers. Aww. He looks scared. Great. Can't see Kryl around. Hey, Freak. The Alpha Geek has returned. People confuse him with Alizé. That'd be great. I love that theory. That was Alphino Leviur, wasn't it? The Alphino Leviur. And he's with his sister and Master Baldesian's granddaughter. This can only mean one thing. An event of epoch-shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word. Oh, sorry. You said you're looking for the Scholark, yes? Knowing him, he could be anywhere. But Miss Calliope should have a better idea. What could warrant the sudden return of so many esteemed alumni? Is there truth to the rumours? I must get to the bottom of this. I think we're starting a whole thing here. Now they're the Calliope sisters. Are you lost? Wandering off the street, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner, fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? Oh, how silly of me. An orientation is in order. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to Searcher's Meet. Let me start with a question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the studium? That's right, books. And what's the second most important? Why, that's simple. Everything else. That's what we deal in here at the Searcher's Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the gleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. Eye of Pycer this, tongue of Gigantode that. It's enough to make your hair stand on end, which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. As our newest gleaner, you'll have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. The only thing I'm interested in gleaning is information on the Scholark's whereabouts. I've tracked down many miscellaneous knickknacks in my time, but I'm no gleaner. Honestly, being a gleaner sounds fun, but we'll go with this one. I want to glean information on the Scholark. I beg your pudding? You're not a gleaner? Then this was all an elaborate ruse? No, wait. Come to think of it, you never actually claimed to be one in the first place. My mistake. He was here, and now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to Maker's Meet. Go back the way you came in, and you'll see it on the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts, home to many rare and expensive curios, not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. Ha! In the time it's taken me to tell you all of this, the Scholark has probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I've a feeling you'll need it. Oh, she's wearing the Shire gear. Oh, that's cool. Finding a worthy gleaner is proving tougher than I thought. Maybe I'm not suited to this line of work. She gleans gleaners. Yeah. haven't seen Kryl. Yes, the Scholark was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor, perhaps to one of the auditoriums? Oh boy. It's strange seeing Maker's Meet so empty. People usually treat it like a common room. Everyone's in the main hall adoring Alphino. Kryl! Unsurprisingly, the Scholark is not in his office. I did, however, speak with one student who saw him not long ago, so he can't have gone far. Finally found him. Next to a sightseeing spot. I'll grab that on Gunbreaker. I'm a teacher, apparently. Pretending to be a teacher. Hello.
I remember you.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that Inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the Annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galef and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
Little wink.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Yeah, we got to remember that the vote to not assist Eorzea was unanimous, which means this guy also agreed with it. That makes me very curious.
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
Interesting. We did see in the meeting there was someone who tried to say something and then like they held their throat as if there was something wrong.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
Let's go.
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of Etherology.
This is cute. Hey, Blazing Blade. Welcome. Good to see ya.
The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into three forms. Two are of the incorporeal sort, the soul and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
Life, I think. What? Corporeal ether, magic, or it's corporeal ether.
Yes, very good. This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it. Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The seventh calamity. We can't remember it.
The seventh umbral calamity.
That's cool.
The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean.
I didn't think people kept their memories when they died.
And our memories drift apart and dissolve. Rather defeating the purpose, I suppose.
Yeah, the animators had a lot of fun with this, didn't they? Hey, Light Cecil? What are we up to? So I've done the first dungeon. And now we're back to investigating what this sacred duty is in Shylayan.
But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable. Well, I think that's enough education for today, now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet.
Cute.
I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend. Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
I like him. Good scholar grandpa. You're saying if we killed you and conducted a scene. Yeah. Oh, that's funny. Huh. Interesting. I've been granted the run of Phenomenon. If you were game, Kaialayapo would put your artisanry to good use. Ooh. Boom! My crafting isn't high enough level for that yet, but I will do that in the future. Ooh, side quests! The creature from the wooden crate. Oh, we get to find out about that thing. So that's interesting. So they have an enchantment that they can't talk about what their important duty is. Can they remember what their duty is though? How do they perform their duty if they don't remember what it is? Questions. While Scholark Montegane is best known for his role as head of the Studium, he is said to be one of the finest mages Charlayan has ever produced. Having seen for myself the ease with which he weaves extraordinarily complex and powerful magics, I have no reason to doubt the claim. Some of my earliest memories are of Scholark Montegane actually. He was a close friend of our grandfather. He would come for tea and amaze us with his tricks, much like his demonstration with the paper and ink. He's a huge part of why I wanted to enter the Studium in the first place. Interesting. Think they can remember it. Okay. Run of Paglethon. Love the song in that dungeon. Oh, I'll have to go listen to the music of that dungeon again. It was pretty good. The surnames are pretty broad. Ah, okay. Not necessarily closely related. Okay. Okay. They can remember, they just can't say anything. Okay, that makes sense. A capital idea. Cryo is still digesting a rather hefty portion of food for thought. Well, that's given me much to mull over. I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the Forum's true motives, and the mysteries of life itself for good measure. It's funny, I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude, only to leave more indebted than before. I've a feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in days to come. And on that note, let's head back to the Annex. Perhaps on the way you could better acquaint yourself with Calliope, as the Scholark suggested, while I share our findings with Raha. I mean, I can go say hi to her. I can't unlock her stuff yet. I can say hi. Hi again. Crafting. Oh, it's one of the random surnames for keepers. Ah, I see. Yep. I don't even remember that plot point, actually. Unbreakable Promise? Okay, we're finished in Thavnair for now. We took down the tower there. We freed all those tempered people. And we've even come up with some talismans to protect people from tempering. That's cool. Having spent most of the time in Thavnair, I've yet to fully grasp the lie of the land here in Charlayan. Even finding my way to the Annex proved a challenge. Estinian returned not long after we'd departed for the Studium. A shame that he missed the chance to attend our lecture with the Scholark. Or perhaps not. You'd better not let your guard down near Kai. One small favour becomes another, and before you know it, you'll be running to the other side of the world in search of a bottle of wine or some other rubbish. I've definitely not done that for anyone, nope. Then again, it might make for a welcome change of pace from your usual heroics, and as the scholar said, it could also lead to interesting discoveries. It seems I've done an adequate job of relaying Scholark Montegane's lecture to Raha. Given his experiences in the field of souls and memories, he had no trouble understanding it. welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the Studium proved most educational. While you were away, I received word from our fellow Scions. As expected, news of the warding scales was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Lim-Salaminsa. So, the time has come for us to go on the offensive? It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan, but let us see what awaits us in Vilbrand. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Estinian? He's our labourer now. Becomes a magic cop, so yeah. Yeah. Phew, I didn't realise these crates were so heavy. I shouldn't complain though. Vritra and the alchemists of the Great Work put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with the utmost care. Are you not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the Forum's watchful gaze, I've little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here, and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. The tide is about to turn. I can feel it. To Lim-Salaminsa. We've got to make tide jokes because we're going to the pirate city. Hey, Kalishtar. Welcome. Good to see you. And welcome to anyone I've forgotten to say welcome to. If you learn aught of interest, be sure to let me know. In the meantime, I will do what I can to aid our cause, though I fear that will be precious little given the circumstances. Still love all this concept artwork. So cool. Limsa. Hazard a guess. Well, they found something in the ethereal sea. And so the only thing I can think of is that they found Hydaelyn. I don't know what they would be doing in regards to Hydaelyn, though. I think that's where Hydaelyn is, right? Well, that's what I think. Please don't confirm or deny. Yes, that's my guess at the moment, is that it's something to do with Hydaelyn. Ah, I was told to expect you. As you may or may not be aware, the Admiral is at present entertaining the Elder Seedseer and the Sultana. 3 of the most powerful women in the world in one room. Do you need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you to them? Let me in. My apologies for calling you away from Sharlayan at such short notice. On the contrary, we are honoured and grateful, and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. 'Twas only right that this discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it is only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn we are all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warding scales and our ability to utilise their potential to the fullest. During your time in Shylayan, the allied nations have been engaged in separate fronts, with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge in abductions of kobolds, Sahagin, Ixal and Enanta have given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph in Radzat Han has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace. And it is you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Telophoroi at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. These brave few will be the Ilzabard contingent. To think such progress has been made in so short a span. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered. Robbed of their free will, they serve the Telophoroi's every whim without question. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it is the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I ask only that in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and morality, and for without that, there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. Aye, on that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Urianger observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there's reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we'd failed to make any headway, but the same could be said of the Telophoroi. They're certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the Spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied, while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be substantiated by Ishtola's analysis of the tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on her observations inside the Tower of Zot, the Spires siphon aether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw far more than is required for this task alone. The excess of aether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was being redirected to the larger spire in the capital. There's a logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down, along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good. But what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. We want you and your scales to join the Ilzabard contingent. Consider it an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Yes. Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. For honour and glory, for the people of Garlemald, for revenge against the Telophoroi. Because it's the right thing to do. The people of Garlemald. Couldn't have put it better myself. Ishtola, Thancred and Urianger have already pledged their support and are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, their prediction was correct. This music's great! Once you have delivered the warding scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilsabard. Rauban and Lord Emmerich are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs and the like. Without it, the cold will do you in before the Telophoroi so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go, safe in the knowledge Eorzea will be as you left it, or better, upon your return. We're going to Garlemald! Ah! Oh, bring the music back. Though we are used to attending to dignitaries, it is rare to receive so many at once. Oh, and did you recognize the Sultana's shield? None other than Genlin Straightblade, captain of the Sultan's Sworn. Oh, I didn't recognize him. Sorry, Genlins. The paladin guy. Nowhere near as imposing and impressive as Storm Marshal Slufferson, but I nevertheless sense there's more to him than meets the eye. Capital idea. Can walk you through your reasoning. Ah, that sounds good. Yeah, there's so much cool stuff to think about and try and piece together in this story. Also, check out my new mount. I love it. It's from the one of the world bosses in Shadowbringers. I love it. Robot frog. With jetpacks. Yes. Yeah, it's a dwarf automaton. It's great. Oh, did they fix the Royal Menagerie? Yep. They repaired it. Good. Husband. Ah, fancy meeting you here. I trust our mutual friend is settling into life as a scion? Collaboration never was his forte. The moment the fighting ended, off he'd go, like a gaoler cat swept up in a strong breeze. But rest assured, he will always be there when you need him. Probably. If Emmerich asks after me, say I'm getting on fine and leave it at that. Don't you dare breathe a word about the cord. The cord? The cord. What's the cord? Well, I'm confused. Oh, his hair tie. Oh, yep. I forgot about that whole thing where he paid a lot of money for a hair tie. That's great. I must quiz Thancred and Urianger on the conditions we can expect in Garlemald. I know it's cold, but how cold? Well, I need to keep my ears covered. They can be a bit sensitive at times. I'll admit this is all rather daunting. They're not quite in the way I was expecting. We'll be standing shoulder to shoulder with our alliance's finest, the best of the best, the warrior of light, and, well, me. It's silly, I know. Perhaps this is my way of distracting myself from the part I should be worried about, marching into Garlemald. You know, I'm quite looking forward to seeing who's been selected for the Ilsabard contingent. I've a few people in mind. Care to make a friendly wager? Conog and Anog, and now you're sad. Same. Ah, the Wanderer's return. You've been busy, bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding scales of yours are what's made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Emmerich be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organise the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilsabard contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid unto the Garleans had made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side, charging into the fray. Alas, I've battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Emmerich's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is the peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Ilsabard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you. Both of you. We meet again. Oh, hi. Much has occurred since we parted ways in Werlet. From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I have shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So, you're not coming with us? Strange. I thought you would have a stake in this. I do. The Telophoroi have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varus and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Ilsabard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilising the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I'm branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. We'll deliver your people from harm in your stead. I doubt they'll be pleased to see the champion of Eorzea set foot on Garlean soil. I understand. Werlet is in your hands. No, I get it. And I will defend it to my dying breath. After the sacrifices my sons and daughters made, I can do no less. I and the government of Werlet intend to offer refuge to those fleeing Garlemald. Should that time come, we will be ready. In light of Gaius's rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Nice, I like Maxima. Even Gaius doesn't want Gaius to be the ruler of Garlemald. Yup. Well said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two. And if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you. All of you. Thank you. A piece of attire to protect the torso from the slings and arrows of outrageous bastards. What? And suddenly a thunderstorm in game. Alright. That's a good sign, right? With the knowledge that our allies will hold the line in our absence, we may devote our attention to the Ilsabardian front. I suppose it's easy for some people to forget there are civilians in Garlemald too, when the only Imperials they've ever known are soldiers. Once we've seen the contingent on its way, I will return to my duties here in Alamigo. As many of our most capable will be travelling with you to Garlemald, we who remain will have to fight that much harder to make up the difference. But let no man say I do not welcome the challenge. Aye, This old bull isn't ready to hang up his horns yet. Regardless of how my countrymen receive you, the cold will not treat you kindly. Underestimate it at your peril. You're gonna need a hoodie, Graha. A beanie. So that's Gaius Balsar. The horrors he must have seen. Many of his own making, I do not doubt. I neglected to mention earlier that we received a report from our troops that may be of interest to you. While engaged with a lunar primal, a great worm swooped down from the skies above and came to their aid. This worm, as described, was the spitting image of Tiamat. It would seem she too continues to wage war against the Telophoroi. Ah, that's good. Like Gaius, I too stand accused of Varys' murder, though I am rather less recognisable on sight. Still, it's something to bear in mind once we reach Garlemald. Best of the best. Oh, a Prezi! Maxima would have you meet your new travelling companions. Where's Lise? We haven't talked to Lise. Is she coming with us? The other members of the Ilsebard contingent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you're ready. Ah, the remaining members of the Scions. Your friends and most of the Ilsebard contingent await you within. Would you like me to see you through? Yes, please. Who are we going with? The slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. Ah, okay. I haven't heard that quote before.
By the 12.
Ooh. Oh my god. Ah, bad husbands.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without me.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose.
Ah, they're all coming. Ah, it's cool. The Smash Brothers Ultimate Reveal trailer. Everyone is here. Yep. Husbards. Ah, excellent. I love it. Husbards.
We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilsebard contingent.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Lucia!
Lucia!
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end.
Why do I keep forgetting she's Garlean?
We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
It's perfect that she's coming with us.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention.
Ah. Please. Stephanivian.
Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must. I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation, here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer.
Don't care about you, I care about bad husbands.
We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort. Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
Aw, thank you. I'm a white mage main, so... Yeah, from previous expansions. Yeah, that's cool.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
I've forgotten who you were.
Wait, I know you. The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten.
Well, I'd forgotten, so that's okay.
Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hillfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me.
Oh, yep. No, I remember you. Yep, you're from that other pirate crew.
Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship.
Oh, so is that the scholar warrior? Well, marauder. Cool.
So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but a promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do.
That is him. Nice.
Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
I just realised Pippin's there. Pippin!
Well, you're certainly raring to go. Then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow.
One of the pugilist Lalafelds, and a couple of the Thaumaturge brothers.
That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Terrapin and I will be leading from the front.
So many Lalafelds. It's great.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the avatar of destruction. With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
Let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their
Stefanivian.
knowledge of Imperial magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa.
Oh, hey, it's the Dragoon guy.
There is another awaiting introduction.
Lord Emonelaine?
Ah, yes. Emonelaine de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
I'm embarrassed for him. May your graceful prancing lead the way to victory. I dare say your fancy footwork may be all that stands between us and certain doom. May your graceful prancing lead the way to victory.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honoroy with my tales of daring do.
He even uses the word huzzah.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea.
Wait, Honoroy's not coming too? Ah, he's lost. He can't do anything.
Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the Shinobi of Doma?
Ooh.
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
It's cool having Emonelaine show up, though. The Failson has decided to ignore his chance of character development. Yes. Cat alarm's going off. We'll finish this cutscene, then I'll go feed Cleo. Then credit the background. My turn! Oh, Honoroy wrote a book. Oh, that's cool. Ah, Honoroy's the best.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Oh. Yes! Sadu!
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Yay! Everyone!
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
Little son.
For battle and blood we come, as the steppe is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
Oh, yeah, I haven't done Bosnia stuff. Sorry.
And the Bosnian resistance.
Yeah, I'll do that eventually.
Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
That's right, yeah, Damascus was from Ivalice. Yeah, that's right.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamiga. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Gaius bloody Balesar himself is working to help rebuild Werlid, a nation he once conquered. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garlemald Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us, so it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
So many characters in one room. Yeah. Like how often the music loops here. Yeah. Oh my god, look at all these people. Look at them all. So many people to talk to. Let's do that after I feed Cleo. Alright, I'm gonna go for a little break. This is a good spot for the idling camera though. Lots of NPCs for it to look at. Oh, it's gonna look at the ceiling instead. That works too. Yeah, we fought a Lunar Ravana. Okay, everyone shows up here regardless, but are only interactable if you did the associated quest lines. Ah, okay. That's cool. Have fun with all that dialogue. Yes. Yeah, I did all the class quest lines except The only level 80 quests I haven't done are Paladin, Monk, and Samurai. Yeah, I did all the rest. I haven't done the Stormblood job quests, like profession quests, if those matter. But yeah. Lots of dialogue. Yeah, it was weird that a lunar Odin showed up. That was rather odd. Alright, I'm gonna go feed Cleo. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Hello. New Game Plus, hunting for additional dialogue. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I think they're bringing in Endwalker New Game Plus in 6.1, weren't they? That's in mid-April, so that's not far away now. Thank you, Tag. Look at all these characters. Oh my god. Well, let's talk with our crew first. We've been part of a joint military operations like this before, and with far greater numbers. But for some reason, this feels very different to our previous experiences. Despite having shared little more than introductions, there is already a palpable sense of camaraderie. Yeah, I did lots of quests with these people. This is extraordinary! Aww! Is he freaking out over all the historical figures? To be in such company, the finest our allies have to offer. With comrades such as these, we are bound to succeed. I'm certain of it. I did not expect to see the other former Azure Dragoon here, of all places. As he well knows, I'm not one for verbose greetings. We shall instead let our lancers do the talking once we are on the battlefield. Then we'll see if the other has been diligent in his training. Just say hi to him, you freaking weirdo. Blessed are we to have made countless steadfast allies over our journey's course. Indeed, we are joined today by many new acquaintances, who in time shall we come to call our comrades, and mayhap friends. Oops, did I talk to Alize? I was half expecting to find the man who taught me red magic amongst our number, but is nowhere to be seen. Ah, that would have been nice. I suppose he's had his share of unpleasant experiences with the Empire, but so have we all. Perhaps there's some other reason. Well, in any case, I've a feeling I'll see him again once this is all over. I'm sure he'll be pleasantly surprised by how much my swordplay has improved since we last met. He's shy. Yeah, he probably is, isn't he? Poor cat lad might keel over with excitement. Yeah. I have close ties with the scouts of the Eastern Alliance and the various resistance groups, and they're an absolute joy to work with. Alright, let's begin the the huge character gallery. Let me have a look at you. A touch nervous to enter the battlefield, perhaps? Well, I shall be out there alongside you as a temple knight, serving with your fine van. Though I may not look it, I was the Azure Dragoon once upon a time, so you can rest assured I will give all that I have in the coming fight. I certainly won't be shown up by you or Estinian. Good luck. Stefanarian! If it isn't Melchan, 'tis thanks in no small part to you that the Manufactory's future is looking brighter than ever, my friend. I am pleased to report that I and a handful of my colleagues have been selected to join the contingent. Ere the expedition has ended, even the Temple Knights will be singing our machinist's praises, once they have borne witness to not only our mechanical proficiency, but our combat prowess too, of course. Is Joy coming? Don't see her. Brother! Well, well, if I'd known what a social gathering this would turn out to be, I'd have dressed for the occasion. Still, This seems the perfect opportunity to mingle with the other guests. Would I be correct in assuming those ladies over yonder are Serena and Sadu of the Steppe? Perhaps I should introduce myself, though I don't much like the look of that fellow with the enormous axe. Yeah, no one does. Maxima. I cast my lot with the Populares to bridge the divide between Garlemald and her territories, that all may be united in common cause. But we were disparaged as a radical element, dissenters looking to destabilise the Empire from within. Many friends and even my parents perished in unfortunate accidents. I too would surely have met the same fate had I not defected. Nevertheless, I still dream of equality and peace for us all. As the world itself stands on the brink of collapse, I hold out hope that one day that dream will become reality. Aww. 3 hours later. Yeah, I want to see him try and talk to Sadu and just get annihilated. So yeah. I've led troops into battle many a time, but never a unit with such a diverse range of talents. While I've been briefed on their capabilities, I expect you could provide additional insight into their strengths and weaknesses. I'd appreciate any advice you may have. Hello. I'm so glad I found you. I have for you a letter from Master Harmon. Let's read it together, shall we? Now let's see here. Ahem. I've every confidence that your fists shall bring the Telophoroi to their knees. And should you espy any beautiful maidens thereabouts, perhaps sing them my praises? Charming, Master. Well, more fool me for thinking that letter will contain something actually inspiring. Let's just, forget this note exists and focus on the battle ahead. Please. It seems so long ago we were sailing across the Ruby Sea and charging about the Asian steppe with Serena and the others. I'd say we're overdue for another adventure. It brings back memories to see so many familiar faces. We've been through so much together. Good times and not so good. I expect Garlemald will be mostly the latter, but I'd like to believe we'll look back on these days more fondly in the years to come. But for that to happen, we'll have to make it out of this alive. Don't you die on me, I. I'll try. We came as quickly as we could. We would follow your example and devastate the Telophoroi with the full extent of our powers. Worry not for your brothers, Boosie. We will return soon enough. Aww. Rippin'. Often has Father told me of the struggles faced by Alamigo in the days of the occupation, and I too have crossed swords with the Empire on many occasions. Though Garlemald has long been our bitter enemy, Her Grace has elected to bolster the Ilsabard contingent with members of the Immortal Flames. As representatives of the Sultanate, we are one in our commitment to the cause. Exarch is, yeah, he's good at acting mysterious, but has always been bad at lying. Yeah. Yeah, that was a pretty funny, kind of funny moment, I guess. Until the Empire fell, Garleans were the only ones we was allowed to impose tariffs upon at sea. Weren't easy pickings, but I made myself a pretty gill. Since they've been so generous to me and mine, perhaps it's time I returned the favour and gave a little something back. Sure. I'm here represented in the Marauders Guild, and it's my job to keep the Smiths out of harm's way. Mind you, with them hammers of theirs, they can put up a fair fight themselves. With a bit of luck, this will be over and done with before you know it. Maybe when this is all over, you could pay the Axemaster a visit. He still tells all the new recruits about the time you killed Kujata and avenged that boy's parents. I remember it like it were yesterday. Aww. Okay. Greetings, Melchan. The time has come for us Marines to show our valour upon the battlefield. All who see us will know of our name and quake before our might. To victory, come hells or high water. Guide alone. I can't lie to you, Melchan. I wasn't entirely for this whole thing when Sanson spoke to me, but if it means being your brother in arms, then who am I to pettifog? I shouldn't be so hard on him, I suppose. This bard unit is quite impressive, really. Yes, one must give credit where credit is due. Rather uncouth for one to do otherwise, after all. Funson! Our prowess has finally been recognised by the Order of the Twin Adder. Naturally, Guidelo is also here helping us. Whilst his ability as a bard is unmatched, I do worry about his judgment. However, you need not. I shall be keeping a close eye on him. I promise. Yeah, I'll bet you are. In case you were wondering, Ishiva will be staying behind to defend the Twelveswood with my sisters. She was of the opinion she would make a useful addition to our contingent, and was eager to make good on her vow to accompany me as well, which was flattering, but ultimately it was decided that her skills would be better put to use keeping our homeland safe. I am of course obligated to share with her every detail when I return. Yeah, turn into that leader type of personality. Yeah. Yeah, it's a really cool part of duality of his character. Lituzan. With the Mole, champions of the Nadam, and the Dothal having sent so many here, I had thought to defend the steppe in their absence. And I would have done so were it not for my step-brothers. They urged me to grant our allies the sun's might, that his radiance may deliver them unto victory. Though I must tolerate the presence of this feral Dothali dog, as first among my brothers, I could do no less than accept this challenge. My deeds will become the stuff of legends. Sure. Sadu! I care not for the Iron Men or their troubles. It is the destiny of the weak to die in ignominy. Even so, I will do as I have agreed. I volunteered to join this band at Serena's request, and if she thinks it a worthy cause, that is reason enough. Though we hail from different tribes, our bond has grown strong of late. She is much better company on a hunt than any of the steppes oafish men could dream to be. Definitely encouraging Magni to leave the steppe and support your allies. Anywhere else, yep. Yeah, I see why people are shipping these two now. That's cute. I'm glad to see you well, Melchan. Grandmother was worried for you. The night I agreed to come hither and join the contingent, the gods sent her a strange dream. 2 suns, one burning red, the other frozen black. Closer they circled, closer and closer, and as they danced, the world fell to ruin. In blinding chaos she spied blackened silhouettes, and knew at once that one was yours. Yet we know not how to interpret this dream, save as a sign that great danger awaits. But whatever lies ahead, I will walk with you, traveller. One burning red, the other frozen black? Okay. Probably fine. Yeah, Sadu and Serena. Let's be a cute couple. Aww. Ah, Radovan's student. I hear from a certain student of my own you've been keeping rather busy of late. You might be wondering why a Bosnian would want to aid the Garleans. It's simple. I'm a gunbreaker, and my duty is to defend. The way I see it, the civilians in the capital are in need of protection, so that's what I'll do. There's probably some talkable characters here if I've done more Bosnia stuff. Oh, I think that's everyone, right? See if I've missed anyone. Alright. more ship teasing between Sadu and Serena than between Magni and Sadu, yes. Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amulja and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Ilsabard. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telophoroi. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defences in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honours? Warding scales. I suspect a few of our comrades will be rather pleased to speak with you again, which is why I thought you'd be the ideal candidate. In the meantime, I have a bone to pick with Thancred and Urianger regarding their wagging tongues. Lucia. Warding scales for the Ishgardian delegation, I take it? These enchanted talismans, or should that be talismen, would probably require considerably less time and effort to produce, if the alchemists of the great work were not so preoccupied with making them look pretty. Many thanks. These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. And now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Emmerich. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. I love Lucia. Please. That a set of warding scales I spy? Not that I would know what they'd look like. Wow, look at these. Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with ether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves? Is that the right term? Anyway, these will give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain or of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, eh? And nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. Ugh. I hear you've got something for us. Ah, them scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gil or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on to them for now. And one more thing. I know what you're all thinking. Why didn't they send Ainzar instead? Yeah, I want him. Buggered if I know. All the Admiral and Captain Hilford told me was they needed someone to help safeguard the future. And here I am. Can't say they haven't got a sense of humour. Of course, some of you might be wondering what good a pirate is on dry land, in the middle of the sodden snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever needs doing. So let's set sail. Or however the saying goes on airships. Engage. Yes? So these are the famed warding scales. Enough for me and my men, I see. I myself am especially grateful for this opportunity to visit distant lands. I wish to follow in the footsteps of Master Atoa and learn all there is to know of this star we call home. Indeed, that is the primary reason I volunteered to join the expedition. To journey outside the Twelveswood, much less enter into Imperial territory, is a rare privilege afforded a Pajal. Not that I'm tagging along to see the sights. The Garleans would benefit from my healing magics, as would our comrades, should fighting break out. Fighting breaking out? It's not going to happen. Yeah, this is such a cool callback. With all these profession characters. Ah, it's great. We heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. Oh, the talismans! We are to keep these close at all times, yes? I will see that no one misplaces theirs. Ah, and before I forget, I have a message from Hien. In distant lands, in times of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I have done his words justice. Doma, like much of Othard, has been plagued by the towers. Yet while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. Hien and Ugiri labour without rest to unite the people, and with their aid will we keep the enemy at bay. And we of the Steppe and the Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war. Yeah. Maxima. Do you have a warding scale for me too? Yes. Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice, if I may. You have been told by many to wear the cold of Ilsabard, and I cannot stress enough that this is no token warning. I will be distributing specially made warming tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemist Guild, but understand that they are no substitute for proper protection. I leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now, let us proceed to the Alamegan Quarter. While you make your final preparations, I will have the pilots ready the airships. It's something of a constant refrain that we require warmer clothing. My present garb may be lacking, fur collar notwithstanding. Concoctions to fortify the flesh against wind and cold are commonly sold in the Uldan markets, though they are of dubious provenance and efficacy. 'Tis said, however, that in recent days the Alchemist Guild have produced a tincture capable of such a feat. Mayhap the achievements of their Thavnarian counterparts did spur them to action, that they not be put to shame. This coat is quite warm, but I have something rather thicker for occasions like these. There's no telling how long we'll be out in the open, and we can't go starting fires willy-nilly if we want to avoid detection. If you have anything you still need to take care of, you'd better see to it now. Since my revival, I've been lax in expanding my limited wardrobe. Think we have time for a quick trip back to Old Charlayan? I recall a rather fetching coat. Preparations. I've got my armour and my lance. What more could I need? He's going to turn into an ice block, isn't he? This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You needn't worry about Urianger and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Estinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armour, and since he spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to find something to my liking. Hark! Is that the cry of scions in need of a tailor, I hear? Yes. But how? I have my ways. Oh yes, indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Ilsabard without telling me? Huh, nothing escapes my notice. Now, you will wear these garments I've made for you, whether you like it or not. You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion. Rather, the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? Ah, I did have one other thing to share. Ermgus and Bloomweeder have finally returned from assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while, to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they'll be running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Sharlayan? Oh, why not? You can keep Cryo company in the Baldesian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there. And I heard Amgus and Bloomweeder did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we've nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because a certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport your souls to another world, if anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Sharlayan. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will, every day. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Tataru's the best. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. North Sea coat. Thanks, Tataru. Yeah, taking little pot shots at him. What's it look like? Oh, it's very warm. Very snug. One day she'll bring to bear her awesome summoner scholar skills. Well, she does in the Four Lords questline in Stormblood. That's a fun adventure. A frosty reception. Tataru is desperately trying to retain her composure as she prepares to see you off on another perilous journey. Aww. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? Uh-oh, he's glowing. I modelled your clothing on what Alphino and I wore when we journeyed from Lord Horchefont's falling snows to Ishgard for the first time. In those days, I barely knew one end of a sewing needle from the other, and as you've always had very individual tastes, I let you pick your own outfit. I'd like to think my skills have improved since then, but do you know what's more important than skill? Heart and soul. There's plenty to be found in each and every one of my works. Aww. I kind of want to change my glam to use her coat. Stop having her carbuncles run away. Yeah. Yeah, that would be nice if she does learn to control her carbuncle. That'll be cute. Alright, well. Let's go. It's an honour to finally meet you. We of the Garland Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains and into Garlemald. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable Imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there is aught we might do to be of further assistance, Please do not hesitate to ask. If you are ready to depart, I will ready the engines. You made a whole severe winter glam plate for this arc. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. You will be required to participate in battle. Yeah, I will go throw that coat on, actually. Just quickly. Might be cute. I suppose I don't need to change my glamour plate, do I? I can just glamour it manually. Do I want to change the colour of it, though? That's important. Have it match my, looks kind of weird. I'll just leave it default colour. Yeah. That'll do. I just threw it on over my warrior armour. So I love that she's going to Charlayan. Charlayan is not prepared for Tataru. Alright, let's go! Go on the Garlemald. Go!
Ilsabard, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly? On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, the winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party.
Why is Manalain so cold? He lives in Ishgard.
They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they're led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
I like that armour.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
So they're probably tempered?
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
No one's wearing hats. Yeah, hats are important in the cold. It's Justinian wearing his coat over his armour. Oh, I didn't notice Justinian. I'll have to see. Yeah, I like that mental image. Emmett Silk watching us, sitting on his ethereal couch, munching on memories of popcorn. I love that.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment?
Savage beatings? What? Yeah, alright. Estinian's just wearing his armor.
Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
I love Urianje's lovely warm coat.
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into two groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Meanwhile, at the Imperial Supply Depot. Yeah, the voice acting has been so good. Ooh. Cool coat.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Pistola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right, once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
I'm Thancred. Did not expect that. Rustic faceblade. Solid barrel combo. Stealth. That's a gunbreaker. That's cool. Bewilderment bomb. Confuses the senses of guard dogs. Ooh. Stealth mission. Assuming there is nothing else you wish to confirm, we may commence the mission as soon as you are ready. Finer details of the plan. Is that just the same cutscene? Oh no? Okay. New one. In the coming battle, you will fight as Thancred. Place explosives on the Imperial Magitech. Deactivate the frontline Magitech units via control terminal. Threat awareness gauge. Gradually fill until you defeat all alerted enemies. Yeah, this is extremely Metal Gear Solid 1. Oops. Following points. Stealth. No effect on the guard dogs. Yep. Instead, use a bewilderment bomb. No effect on Magitech. Okay. Commence. Yes.
Keep your wits about you.
Let's go.
We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Two on the gate. Could get messy if I'm not careful. Oh. That's short duration. Alright, wait for that to bugger off. Get you. Oh. You didn't notice? Okay. Well, I'll just do the same to you. Oops. The solo duty designers went off the frickin' chain for Endwalker. That's great. Thancred used the same code as you did. Very good. Blah. What's this? Hmm. Time to set the explosives. Yeah. Some Magitech robots. I need to fight one of these. Get you. Hi. Didn't see me? Very good. No worries, Kalistar. Have a good night and thanks for hanging out. Boop. Ooh. Oh. Guard dogs. Wrong button. Eh. Hi.
Spotted.
Woof woof, says the guard dog. This is Thancred, became a meme almost overnight. Ah, nice. More drones. Explosives. That should do the trick. Now to hide and send word. Might as well take out this guy too. Oh, well, never mind. There's a drone next to you. I'm just gonna click on the hiding place.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
This is Thancred. Alright, let's see. I'll wait for this to make another pass. Oh shit, is that Thancred? Yep. This is Thancred. This is Thancred. Uh-oh. Hide. I'm the best at hiding. Drone! How far down do you go? Okay, it goes that way. I can take you out. And then you. So many people to silent takedown. I like this version of the Endwalker thing. If only Thancred brought the GEP gun. What was the GEP gun? Get out of the way. Thank you. Is that gonna aggro the We'll find out. It does. Okay.
Spotted.
Bring you over here. Deus Ex joke. Ah, okay. The rocket launcher from Deus Ex. That sounds fun. Alright. Take you out, take you out. I'm just gonna stay well away from those bigger ones. Probably a good idea. You also want rogue skills on Gunbreaker? Yeah, that'd be awesome. Gunbreaker's really fun. Rogue skills would make it even cooler. Take you out? Question mark? Yep, okay, good. Go away, robot. Thank you. I'm glad they don't notice their unconscious companions. Yeah, I heard about how you had to like level classes you didn't even want to play just to get important skills for the classes you did want. Yeah, that does sound like a bit of a mess. That's okay. That did aggro.
Must be losing my touch.
You're just getting old. We'll get old. Get away from that. Now I can get you. Oop. And you're probably fine there. That's it, the control terminal. Two bigger robots. I like to sit down. Nope, okay. Like the more tempered a person is, the less aware of their surroundings they end up being. Yeah. Yeah, they do end up very zombie-ish, I agree. Ah. Get you. Oi. We did it.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
Yeah. A few moments later, at the rear of the Ilsabard contingent supply caravan. That was a fun little segment. I like that. Like if you're going to put a stealth segment in a game that's not about stealth, then you need to make it easy, like that was.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already.
Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right. But
Oh.
Wait! Something's coming!
Doggos!
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
You see stealth as if nobody alive has seen me. It was a perfect stealth run. Yes. I'm fighting as Melchan and Gora. Oh, okay, I don't know how to play her. Boom! Boom! Hello. I'm here now. Yeah, you fight me now. Couldn't pull thread off him.
A brief respite, but stay alert.
Tenson!
Carriage is safe.
Go low. Sister Manelane's troops. The Fenirian! I guess I'll help. He's a big old nerd. Someone's doing sage stuff. Is Alphino here? Ah, there he is. Yeah!
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
Bye. Hello, cat lad. Having fun?
We're the only ones still struggling. How have we put our backs into it then?
Alkazolka the Supreme Slayer. He's got a new title.
I've been itching for a good slap.
Boom. I guess I'll help Sicard. I guess. Oh, Magitech reinforcements. Oh, hi. Stop it in its tracks. Alright. I don't think that was what I was meant to do. I'm fine. I'm warrior. I press buttons and my health goes up. That's cool. Urgh.
You lot alright back there? We're fine and ready for more. Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
Head north. Hurrah. Oh, that's their creepy tower. Good luck, Hero-chan. Good luck with the ultra rare fish. Meanwhile, on the front line. Arrgh.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
Ooh.
That's for Gilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them!
I was wondering when you'd turn up.
Nod.
There's no stopping us now. Come on. Let's show them what we're made of.
Arrgh.
We have them now! Forward!
I love these little character portraits they've got. Great. Ah! The supply caravan is safe for the time being, and Thancred's team have thrown the enemy into disarray. Oh, warrior's good. Now it's our turn. Oh, Pippin's doing something cool. Ah, cute! Aw. Learnt from his father. Oh, hey, there's thaumaturges. Oh, they just got wrecked by a stack marker.
Do not fall behind.
Could you be my... No, she is not yours. No. Now he's in love with Lucia. Oh my god. Or is it Lise? I don't know. any lady he thinks is his Nama. Boom. Man, this is such a cool, elaborate little section. Oh, there's the pugilist. Yeah. Knowing him, it's probably Vigilia. An actual Ralbarn EX. Yeah, that would be cool, actually. That would be really cool. More robots. Can you blow them up, Sadu? Oh, where'd you go?
Or die.
Woo! Explosion. Giga Tempest. More fodder for my flames, says Sadu. Do it. Oh, he's doing cool things. Magnai's trying to do cool things as well. I mean, that's pretty cool.
Tremble before the sun.
You're still a little son, though. Three seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. That was cool. Sadu's pretty great. If I'm not tanking this, I think Lucia is the one who pulls her aggro. That makes sense. Never change, Sadu. Yes, she's great.
A worthy adversary. Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again to the death.
No.
Sadu Hatun.
That was the last of them.
Another little, just a little, another little dunk on Magnai.
The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi, after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
Her buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
Wow. Just gals being pals. Yep. Just gal pals. They're just really good friends. Holding hands. Yeah, Emmett Silk's line deliveries are really good. Etherology. Can Garleans use aetherites though? Camp Broken Glass. Very cold. We must remain as mobile as we are able in such temperatures as these. I fear that if we stand still for too long, the ice and snow may freeze our very bones. Ishtola! Sorry, I'm feeling rather unwell. Aw, you okay? Ishtola's sick. It's probably the proximity to this frickin' thing. It's not only the tempered that need care. A fair few of our own were wounded on the Magnia Glacies. If only we hadn't needed to defend the supply caravan, a lot more of us could have joined the front line. Graha. Our comrades certainly haven't wasted any time establishing a base of operations. Serpent Captain Angura. The name's Rachilda of the Alamegan Resistance. When I was offered a place in the Ilsabard contingent, I leapt at the opportunity. If you're wondering why I'd be so eager to aid the people of Garlemald, the reason is simple. Like the rest of Girabania, my hometown, a waypoint oft used by travellers, was under occupation. Times were hard, but they could have been a lot worse if not for one particular Imperial. Although his fellow soldiers were quick to dish out a beating, he stood up for the townspeople, without regard for his own reputation and safety. Thanks to him, my family made it to the end of the war more or less unscathed, and this is my way of returning the favour. Aww. This camp takes its name from the ice covering the ground that cracks whenever you step on it, much like breaking glass. To think that the Garleans made their home in this blasted wasteland all those years ago, and not only live but thrive. It's given me a newfound appreciation for their hardiness and determination to survive against the odds. Yeah, this place looks like it sucks to live in. When all you see is ether, this region must look nasty. Yelp. Ooh. Aaron's wearing shorts on an expedition, yeah. Gods, this place is cold. We have our share of chilly nights on the steppe, but I've never experienced anything like this before. Cha-cha. Ah, here's where everyone's hanging out. Just check out the rest of the camp, and then I'll go in and talk to all of them. We Domans owe our freedom to our Eorzean allies, and I was one of many to volunteer for this endeavour. We'll be glad to lend our assistance whenever it is needed. Nasty looking building. Oh yeah, should check for currents. To the east. Could grab that soon. Automated war machina stalking the ruins. Oh, that sounds fun. The machinists will be chuffed to bits. Don't go shouting this about, but the truth is, during the occupation of Alamigo, I was an Imperial conscript. Still, for all the sleepless nights they've given me, my experiences during those long, awful years might finally be put to good use. Oh. Hi, twins. Just going to talk to literally everyone. Virgilia is in our care, along with the rest of the Tempered. Glory to Garlemald. Glory to Garlemald. They still whisper in their sleep, even as they writhe in pain. Rauban taught me a lot about military strategy during exercises in the fringes, coordinating units with wildly different capabilities, surveying and securing hostile terrain, that sort of thing. Now, I had the chance to put his teachings into practice. We've asked the Ironworks members and some of our other comrades to stay with the airships. In the event we are discovered, we must be ready to move them swiftly to a safer location. This is all that remains of Laterum. Homes become empty husks. If this is the state of the outlying villages, I dread to think what has become of the capital. Once everything is in place, we will discuss our next move. The Tempered soldiers are sleeping soundly while they undergo treatment. There are too many to attend at once, but I and the other healers will see to all eventually. Hell's bells, this place is bloody freezing. Rather be tied to the topmast in a storm than suffer this cold any longer. Anyone what can spare a swig of rum? That'll sort me right out. Alright, go talk to twins. Boing! Shouldn't be long before we have a half-decent camp with so many helping hands. I was concerned the snow might hinder our progress, but our Ishgardian friends are used to working in conditions like these. In spite of the obstacles we've faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little farther and we'll reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Ishtola and Graha to join us in that building to the northeast of the camp? Alize and I will meet you there. Go check in with Ishtola. A meeting? Yes, I'll make my way over, once my head is cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. 'Tis the monstrous tower on the horizon, jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zot, only far more terrifying. Ether flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a moment. Yeah, this is definitely not what I was expecting a couple expansions ago when I figured we were eventually going to be here in Garlemald. Didn't expect this though. It's a dry cold, get some extra... yeah, wet cold is a lot worse. You'll be pleased to know most of the Tempered have been quartered inside the nearby buildings, and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems to me they left far too many useful possessions behind. Aye, although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting? I'll make my way there. Just gonna be here for our meeting. Is that okay? Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city. For therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers in their ministrations. Of course, I will require a proxy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next.
Well, lucky we've got machines with us to fix them.
My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
No, it's okay. We don't need your smiths. We've got machinists.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
There you go.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
I mean, I'm with this group, and I'm literally the only person Xenos cares about, so I don't think we're beneath their notice.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
Twould be my honor to be of service. Though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
I like how we're still making use of his like vanishing spell and such. It's not just something we've forgotten about from Shadowbringers.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
If there are any survivors, we will surely find them. Extensive travels is something of an understatement, but I suppose if there's nothing else that needs doing. Ice fields, I love ice fields. Oh wait, no I don't. Extensive travels is something of an understatement.
This too is a vital task, and I appreciate your willingness to see it done. Rest assured that a serving of hot soup will be waiting for you.
Oh, could do with some soup right now.
You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Hi. There's this odd perception that Ishgards have lived their whole lives in the snow, but it really wasn't that bad before the calamity. And afterwards, well, I was rarely more than a few paces from a raging fire. This dreadful place, on the other hand, is nothing but cold, cold, cold. And it's my understanding that Ilsabard has always been this way. Gods, can you imagine? Okay, you know, that's fair. That is fair. Stefanevrian! Pray give me a moment to finish up designs on the ceruleum heater. I shall have it ready before you know it. Truth be told, I've already warmed up after a much heated debate with a Lominson engineer. For a mercy, we managed to make an important discovery in the process. The machinists reckon all the interior heating was just left there consuming ceruleum till there was none left. There were even pots sat on stoves. All the food inside burned to soot. In any case, even if we had plenty of fuel, it's the Magitech itself that's buggered. We'll have to either look for spare parts or make them ourselves. Wasn't like that before Yoshi P, yes. Hard husbands. The tempered are being treated here. Some of the allied nations' best conjurers are tending to them, but it does not seem like everything is progressing smoothly. What's more, some of the Garleans are prone to violent outbursts from time to time caused by their condition, which is why we're here. Ugh. I'm rather looking forward to hearing the songs of our comrades' homelands. I love a rousing melody, no matter where it's from. Once the Garleans have found both their strength and their footing again, I shall ask to hear a song of their people, one that conjures visions of home. You nerd. Alkazoka. I made the mistake of asking Broenbar if he knew of any effective methods of staving off the cold. According to him, working up a sweat from smashing boulders repeatedly with an axe works wonders, though that is hardly the sort of advice I was hoping for. Don't you worry, nothing gets past me. Training is of vital importance, as it allows us to be ready at a moment's notice. Obvious advice, I know, but it's worth reminding ourselves every now and then. So, any spare time I have, I spend in the betterment of my abilities. And on that note, listen everyone, train and train hard. Let's show our enemies that no freezing winds or icy hellscapes will break our spirits. Kukubigo, Kukubani, how many times must I tell you two to refrain from using magic around the Garleans? For now, we must trust that the engineers will complete the heating apparatus in due time. Are they afraid of offending the Garleans? Most of the members of Lent's Tiers and the Bosnian Resistance have joined the other scouts in the field. And since Lys and Pippin's troops are already keeping an eye on the airships, we of the Steppe shall guard the camp against intruders. Though in truth, it is we who are intruding in these lands. Standing atop an enormous edifice to cast their eyes down upon their dominion, these Telophoroi and the Oranir have much in common. Yet even Magni and his ilk would not stoop to stealing the minds of their subjects and enemies. When the time comes to storm their stronghold, I shall lead the charge, and leave naught but ash in my wake. Urgh. Searching for survivors? If they are truly strong, they would not require our aid. While you are gone, we will guard the camp against any man or beast foolish enough to challenge us. My duty as sentinel will afford me little opportunity to seek my Nama, though perhaps one among our ranks, come bearing a hot meal or such, will prove worthy. Just go away. Just stop. Garleans are afraid of magic and are pretty hostile against practitioners. Ah, okay. I did not realise they were afraid of magic. Don't want to sweat excessively in these kind of temperatures. Oh, what will that actually do? Freeze? Oh, ugh, ugh. Several of the temple knights are off on reconnaissance at present. We Ishgardians have seen our fair share of frost in the past years, so we are more than ready for this icy bout. The Hrothgar from Bosnia, on the other hand, are having a devil of a time adjusting to these chilly climes. The warming stones we lent them seem to have helped, though. Warming stones. Hi. It was not the Garleans who named this place the Eblan Rhine, but rather nomadic peoples in times gone by. When my ancestors were forced to migrate here, they refused to accept this land as their new homeland. As such, they made a conscious decision to retain the original name. Though the meaning of Eblan has been lost over the years, it has been theorised that it refers to the harsh conditions here, in much the same way the Magna Glacies was named. One thing, however, is certain. Both regions are equally hazardous, so I bid you take all due care. Thancred and the other scouts are all equipped with link pearls, that they may communicate with us in case of an emergency. Of course, we would all prefer they not place themselves in danger to begin with, but such is the nature of their work. You'll become cold fast. Oh, that sounds horrible. What's this building over here? Watchtower, maybe. Alright. Civilians did not encounter Eorzeans or magic. Yeah, I didn't think about that. Interesting. I've never thought myself much of an explorer, though I suppose my adventures have taken me to all sorts of strange and distant places. With that in mind, traversing an ice field should be a simple feat. Sure. Gods be good. If it's this cold with Tatari's clothing, I dread to think how we'd fare without it. I must remember to thank her when next we meet. It makes me realise, too, that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them, and quickly. So, it's into the Eblan Rhine we go. But where do we even start looking in such a place? Tracks in the snow. Emanuelaine is, as usual, milling about aimlessly. What ho, chums? Been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like a rather tall order. Since you ask, where to scour the Eblan Rhine for survivors? What? Wander around ice fields on the off chance you'll find someone? It'd take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends, I know just the spot to begin our search. Might actually be useful. I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humour him. Telescope sounds pretty useful. Current. There's that current. Cerulean sprites. Interesting. Wicking layers you wear next to your body. Ah, interesting. That's cool. Whoa. I'm surprised by how many wild beasts there are roaming about the place. Perhaps now that the soldiers are gone, they're free to wander and forage as they please. The few buildings I can see don't appear to be residences. They may still warrant investigation, though. I spy with my little telescope a massive sheep thing? Or maybe it's a cow. Not what we're after, either way. Is that an aether current? No, just a wind sprite. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. But lo, what do I see over yon hillock? There's no mistaking it. That's a girl. A survivor? Show me. Over there, behind that tree. It looks like she's running away from something. Though surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress. A rather fetching one at that. A dress? In this weather? She'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her footprints. I'll let Lucia know where you're heading. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. The poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful. Thank you. But won't you need some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. And lest we forget, the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go, and Godspeed. Aw, he was useful. Yay. Good on ya. Why are you still here? If you dally any longer, you'll miss your chance to play the hero. Yeah, that's definitely why I do what I do. Footprints. A trail of fresh footprints leads east. Someone's just doing some gathering. Ah, what is that? Mobile thing. These footprints appear to be the same as those you saw previously, and they lead towards the building. According to the label here, this place was used by those involved with extracting ceruleum. We're getting closer, I'm sure of it. At first, we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible that she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? As Amanalaine said, it's highly unlikely she was running away from us. Even so, we mustn't do anything to startle her. For all she knows, we're soldiers of an invading army, so we need to be careful not to give the wrong impression. Currents to the south. I'll be right back. I have a hunt log for you. Bleh. But I kind of just want this current. Found a cave. Probably not meant to find this cave yet. How did you get in here? I'm just looking for current. You got current? How the bloody hells did you find us here? And who are you? Hi. The strange group. There's a Lupin. An Aura. Come here from across the ice fields, did you? Then we'd better hope you weren't followed by any of them crazed soldiers, or we're done for. Alright, I'll probably be right back once I go find that lady. Didn't look like it was in there. Around here? Yes! Delicious. Nice. Another one to the east. I'm liking this music. The girl in the green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. Were you to call out to her from this distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It would be safer to get closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. Uh-oh. Stealth mission. Follow the girl from a safe distance. We end in failure if you are noticed. Oh boy. Can I swap to... Yeah. Not a fan of this kind of quest? Oh, she can see me? Ah, dang it! Well, that sucks. Big disappointment. Things taken out of context. Uh oh, what was it? What did I say? Oh, try to get near the woman without attracting her attention. Yeah, that actually is pretty sus. Very guess what number the quest designer was thinking. Yeah. Definitely can't see my axe from over the top of these little rocks. Yum. Hide behind a tree. Tree. Nope. No one here but the tree. And horrifying more bowls, but don't worry about those. They may or may not exist. Ah, we get the night music. Stop making horrible noises. I'm trying to listen to the music. You're gonna aggro, aren't you? You jerk. Good. They're all depending on me. Okay. The final spurt, she says. Grr. I stalked you all the way home. Hello, a young girl without her seeing you, yes. Very questionable. Phew, still in one piece. Yeah, having to restart that whole thing if you get seen is pretty rude. Who are you? Stay back. This house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, we just want to talk. I'm Alphino. This is my sister Alize and our good friend Melchan. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I'll give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all of this. You did this to us. We didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Telophoroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy. Our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we are striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we've met who wasn't already enslaved. How were you able to escape the Telophoroi's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name's Lucinia. As for how I've managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question. Ever since that night, and the roar, that terrible roar. And then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure. I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled, as far as my legs would take me. Do you have family here? Is this their home? No, this is Victor's spoils. A mansion for retired soldiers. Or it was, but now me and a few others are, borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. Yeah, I kind of guessed that. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe, and I didn't know if you were... The truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help. Can you? Of course. Whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I'd better tell the others first, though. Wait here. This is everyone. Licinius says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide us with means of heating the place as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If that is too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, Alizé? We'll have a fire burning in no time. May we build it under the gazebo? The what? Oh, you mean the boa? Yes, yes, do as you will. He's very excited to get firewood. Firewood to the rescue. Yeah, the song playing there was really creepy. So what did she say? A terrible roar. Then the screams. Ah, got a little fire. Early signs of frostbite. This must be treated quickly. I can feel my fingers again. What they need most is a decent meal. We have food back at the camp, but there's the distance to consider. All's well, all's well, with food in my belly and a song in my heart. Is that a radio? Yeah, seems like that was a little radio they had. That's a cool touch. How the mighty are fallen. Licinia's inner turmoil was writ plain on her face. A piece of attire for the legs, providing you have no more than the standard number. Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in a far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer or with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? Quest accepted. Before the Civil War, I was a student. The others were officials of some sort, I think. Even after all this time together, we hardly know the first thing about each other. What I do know is this. We're Garleans. When times are hard, we stick together, no matter what. Yeah, the coffers have some really good descriptions. I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Manalane's tinctures, the ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? If there's something that can be said for Lord Manalane, he's not one to leave others at the mercy of the cold. Of course, being a man of Curthis, I'm sure he is more aware than most of its dangers, but I sense that is not the only reason. Ever since the warm welcome we received at Camp Dragonhead, the hospitality he and his brothers have afforded us has been nothing short of exemplary. Perhaps they aspire to live up to the example set by Lord Edmund. Aww. The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Being gifts from the notoriously unreliable Manalane, it is highly doubtful this concoction will have the intended effect. If only there were willing, and more importantly, unwitting volunteers on whom to test it. Oh my god! Oh, that's messed up. Warming tincture? I've never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. But tell me, have you heard aught of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what's happened. It's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meagre protection from wind and snow. Food production, water purification. The magitech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. What machina that remains operational cannot be run for lack of ceruleum. Of course, Cerulean Engines is full of the stuff, for all the good it does us. No one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. Chapter 2 in Dragon Quest Builders, where you have to take care of the sick folks. Yeah, actually. Many of our ancestors succumbed to the bitter cold when first they came to these lands, much as we are now. But with discipline and order, any obstacle can be overcome, when every man knows his duty and is held to account if he shirks it. Without a hierarchy, this is what we are reduced to. All is well. Yes, never better. Oh, what sweet libation is this? Is it poison by any chance? 'Twas a joke. Ah, if I laugh, 'tis that I may not weep, so said the poet. And alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fall. We are the blessed damned, to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lie dead, or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace. Each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering, perhaps, to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience, preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. Yeah, this place is cheery. If you listen very, very carefully, you can hear it. The sound of my stomach eating itself. Would that it could devour my soul. What do you want? I want you to test this for me, I guess? A tincture? May as well drink it, I suppose. This? It's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it? We'd use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular, made with quality components crafted with the finest ore, sourced from Locus Amonis it is. Not all that useful since the capital fell to ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music, being played over and over again. Home beyond the horizon, an ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Amonis. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hoped to take back what was ours once. 'Tis a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. I have faith you will deliver us from this madness, your radiance. By your grace shall Garlemald be reborn. What's that? So this is what you gave the others? Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I've a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying in Laterum? I saw Legatus Virgilia's troops heading towards the Magna Glacies a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Camp Broken Glass, you call it. And Virgilia and her men are all there now. So how did you reach the Magna Glacies? Did you cross the mountains on foot? Airships. Then there might be a way to... Lucinia? Where is everyone? Is something the matter? A voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby or old Masty has found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements, Some have been known to attack people too. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat a Legatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you have a mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there, people whose job was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange. Lots of food. And that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, we'd have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies. But there might be another way to pay the trappers. If it's ceruleum you need, then ceruleum you shall have. You'd best watch out for baby almasties while we're away. Yeah, I don't trust you at all. Ah, yes, of course. If I see any, I'll be sure to shoo them away. To reach Tapper's Den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky too, so it's easy to just look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. I don't like wherever this is going. I'm not sure what else the tappers might need besides provisions, though I dare say that capable fighters like yourself can offer them other forms of compensation. Culling dangerous beasts, that sort of thing. Let me in! Okay, I'm gonna go and I don't know, just keep an eye on her. Alright, that's that place I found earlier. Another current around here somewhere too. Oh, this piano is beautiful. Ah, so that's an almasty, the Yeti. It's up there. Didn't even know I can go on that. Guess we can. Urgh. Just an oil rig pipeline in the zone, yes. Yes. Alright, go to the den. Hello, I am I'm here. Hello. Who goes there? How did you find us? What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? If the purebloods over at Victor's Spoils hadn't given away our location, you'd never have found us. Those stuck-up assholes. Thought they could come waltzing in here demanding ceruleum with nothing to offer in return. Looks like the boot's on the other foot now the capital's gone to shite. So they've resorted to sending you to negotiate. I know your game, Sellsword. If they think we'll give in to intimidation, they've got another thing coming. I didn't really want to fight, but okay, I guess. Boom. Am I dead yet? Oh, did they want me to... Oh. Well, I think they wanted me to kill them. My passive regen was outpacing them, yeah. There you are. Oh, hi. Just after you left, Lucinia asked me to go and catch up with you, in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip that I've a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So this is Tapper's den. Well then, after you. Who are you? What happened to the guards? I beat them up. Eorzeans and rebels here to save the people of Garlemald? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hells would you pass up this chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess. None of you are Garlean? You were brought here from other lands? Girabania, Yangshire, Bosnia, Dalmasca, to name but a few. Some dragged here against our will, others fed bollocks about a better life, all put to work extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of Arn, placing us firmly on the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, says we. About the only thing that's escaped more or less unscathed is Cerulia engines, still sustaining us, even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake, but how can you do that if it's frozen over? Ha! Wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum is used for much these days, what with the city in ruins. We take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps stave off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger, unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrel full. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. We can certainly ask. But if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we managed to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us, thanks to the Empire. And the knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying for the time being. Long as there's a need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald as we knew it is gone for good. Gone for good? If you're wondering why we'd post guards outside, it's because we've had trouble with other refugees, and I don't mean the ones at Victor's spoils. Some of them come bearing weapons, and won't take no for an answer. As for the 2 guards you met on your way in, I'll tell them what we've discussed, once they've recovered from the beating you gave them. Come to think of it, maybe we should ask your contingent to send some bandages and healing balm. Regardless of what the Ilsabard contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause for celebration, while for others, their whole way of life will have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it is consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people, their lives, their stories? Should they be forgotten too? I suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. Yeah, actually there's a ceruleum mine over in Uldar they can work for. In Thanalan. The fire we built at Victor's spoils won't last forever, and it's too dangerous for Licinia and the others to search for more kindling. If we can get them some ceruleum, that'll be one less thing for them to worry about. For a time, at least. At the end of the trail, Jarek is amenable to making a deal. So, you've come seeking ceruleum, have you? What? Those purebloods up at Victor's spoils sent you? To turn to their enemies for help? They must be more desperate than I'd thought. Then again, Licinia's got her little sister to think about. Sister? But we only saw Licinia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get around it here. I may have refused Licinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I can spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? I can't for the life of me think why Licinia would keep her sister a secret from us. But we can ask about that after we've delivered this ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. I don't know the details, but she mentioned a sister 3 years her junior who's in poor health. That being the case, I thought her people would be willing to cough up some supplies in exchange for ceruleum. But maybe they didn't have anything after all. Should probably finish the stream soon, but I'd like to get to the end of this little bit of story. Train. They're gone. This isn't right. It's too quiet. I would have thought Alphino would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone far. The fire's just gone. What? What happened? Oh, damn it. Damn it all. They asked me to help carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared rather worse than me. You can't fool us. We know. We know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are. Waiting in the wings for us to show weakness. Then in you swoop. Here to help? What rot. All a ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in, put ourselves at your mercy. Put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. You're wrong. That's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later. We've got bigger problems. I found empty medicine bottles and a bed that was still warm. It's true. Lucinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now, there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours. And if you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I'd never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot. Her sister's ill. The empty bottles prove it. So the medicine ran out, or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry. Or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from you. You invade our homeland, taint it with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. A Garlean should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, than be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them, since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. I cannot say how Lucinia and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries, and theirs. I'll join you in the search after. All right. Be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. If you wanted to do that, we could have just done it. Yeah. They're cold, tired, and hungry. And they clearly can't fight very well. Anyway. Rob us of our lands. Rob us of our pride. I'll not allow it. Better to die free than live in servitude and shame. The girls. The girls would say the same. I will follow as soon as I can. After I've given them some basic treatment, I'll take the men inside the house and use a light sleeping enchantment to help them rest, and ensure that they don't cause any more trouble. I'm sorry, but this is something I must do. Yeah, the way they were talking about Garlemald, Garleans sticking together and such. Two sets of fresh footprints. Young women, judging by the size. This is definitely them. Come on. Yeah, Garlean internal propaganda machine. Convincing themselves that Varus is still alive. The trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so as not to leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with beasts, and I can only imagine how hard it must be for her ailing sister to cross the ice. There's something making horrible noises. We could really do with Alphino's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. Ooh. The wet paper half buried in the snow appears to be a flyer for a theatre group, though the run of shows advertised has long since ended. Oh, a theatre group. Wonder if it's the same one we know of. Yeah. They really do have no reason to trust us. Yeah, I didn't think about them, or fresh blood. I didn't think about them being scared of magic. The blood staining the snow appears to be fresh. Judging by the amount, the victim may have been severely wounded. The trail of blood leads southeast. Huh? Oof. The two bodies are already cold. Well, that sucks.
blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold. I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand, so I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
Jeez. That's so upsetting. Yeah, they build up lots of hope, and then that happens. And the others have probably ran. I doubt they would have stayed here. There must have been something we could have done. But what? Should we have never come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? If only we'd had a chance to talk things over. But it's too late now. Too late by far. A way forward. Alphino's resolve may be shaken, but he has not forgotten his duty. Containing a tire that was made for walking, and then it's just what it shall do. This is not the time. We have already caused enough harm here. Let us return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is make our report to Lucia, and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come. Yeah, I forgot he put a sleep spell on them. Yeah, I forgot he'd Giving them a sleep spell. Welp. Let's just teleport back. Hi, we're back. Stuff happened. Ooh, gemstones. Unlock that. Any new dialogue? Don't think so. Run alone. It's no use taking in all these Garleans if we're going to let them freeze to death. We need heat, for goodness' sake. I knew I should have brought more warming tinctures. We just experienced soul-crushing despair. Yep. Treatment of the tempered is proceeding as well as can be expected. If there is anything to report, you will be sure to know. Though I gather you have a report of your own to deliver. Is something the matter? The twins look out of sorts, and you too seem a bit off. Oh, sorry, that's probably my warrior aura. Don't worry about it. Would you mind giving Lucia a full report? We mustn't forget to send some of our allies to Tapper's Den. We still owe them for the bottle of ceruleum. Forgive me for saying, but the three of you appear rather drained since your return. Is there aught I might do to be of assistance? Aww. Alizé and Alphino tell me they have finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrained from saying much more than that. Clearly they are reluctant to provide details. Might I ask for your account?
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Popularis, Maxima identified.
Oh, some good news.
They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Ugh, this is a horrible place.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the Third Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession. And in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory. And that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
Oh, yep. I forgot he was... Yep.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varus giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babil stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
A Varus Primal? Yeah, we spread the rumors about Xenos. Add this to the ever-growing pile of things for Dark Knight to process later, yeah.
We have something to show you all.
Varus spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence.
Wait, what?
A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, Those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you.
Oh, what's going on now?
A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Julius Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
Okay.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
I'm going with you. What would your mother say if I let you 2 go by yourselves? This one. It's got to be this one. End of this next quest would be a good stopping point. Okay.
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
A couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
I kind of... it's easy to forget that Alfie and Alize are children.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
Doesn't recognize us. Yeah. I wonder how much Garleans know about the Warrior of Light. Said your farewells, have you? The lowly task of keeping watch over provisions would not normally befit the sun, but these being unusual circumstances, I will let no man take that which is not by rights theirs. Perhaps it is unwise to volunteer for a mission so soon after the previous disaster. Nevertheless, I shall not squander this opportunity. I know. This won't bring back Lucinia or her sister. Taking the same risks, making the same mistakes. It's possible, but better to try than to give up. Every time. Yeah. We captured the boy as he was about to make off with our food. He must be very hungry to take such risks. Maybe we should give him something to eat. Reward him for his boldness. Julius Pia Norbanus. It is unusual for one so young to achieve such a high rank. Very unusual. His uniform identifies him as a member of the First Legion, which has a particularly fierce reputation. Whoever his superior may be, I advise you to approach them with caution. The First. They are resilient in the face of hardship. You as well. But good intentions and stubborn determination alone will not be enough to bring our mission to a successful conclusion. Be on your guard. I worry they were not in the best state of mind to volunteer for this undertaking, but what's done is done. I know you will take good care of them. And yourself as well, I trust? Aw. She's worried. Wow. Any different dialogue around here? I don't think so. You will be received as invited guests, and so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else. Remember this. Thancred in particular will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over and keep you. That was a code, I think. Yeah. As I said before, Thancred can be quite the warrior, but rest assured he only has your best interests at heart. Yeah, I think she's going to send Thancred to tail us. Yeah. Are you and the children ready? I'll explain the route once we are outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. Alright, so at the end of... was it end of this quest or end of the next one that I should finish up? Next one makes a good cliffhanger. Oh, cliffhangers. I'll just want to keep going. Sad thing is the servers are down tomorrow for maintenance, so I won't be able to stream tomorrow. I'll have to... hopefully I can stream on Wednesday. Where do you think their headquarters are? I assume there are a few others beside him and this commander he mentioned. We will do only as instructed. After all, this is what we have been striving for ever since we arrived. No, 6.1 isn't until mid-April. They're doing some behind-the-scenes changes to get ready for the cross data center stuff. And I think they said a bug fix patch as well was coming out tomorrow. Alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill, then follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead. I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alizé, and he's Alphino. And last but not least, there's Melchan. Melchan? Where have I heard that before? No matter. Alphino and Alizé will watch the road ahead, while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you're to run, not saunter, run towards the station. If you even think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we go around them. Julius will accompany you. Alphino and Alizé will then begin moving towards the destination, okay? Ready to make a dash for the station? Burned a lot of midnight oil when you did Endwalker. Well, I can't stop here. I think that's going to happen to me a lot. Yes. Over that hill, right? Look out for the yak. Can I talk to you? If it's conversation you want, save it until we've arrived. Alright. Oh god, come back, twins. Not the easiest surface to run on. Yeah, this looks dangerous. Slip on ice. .08 hotfixes. Okay. Nice, sweetie. Love you. What the heck are these? Oh, hi. We're here, I think. It's nothing like the ones in Thanalan. This is it. The first stop, that is. Good. Looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No. We're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you have kept to your side of the bargain, we can carry on. He's out there somewhere. I wonder what sort of conditions Julius and his comrades are living in. If they've any sense, they'll have picked somewhere like Victor's spoils to take shelter. We're getting closer to the Imperial Palace, if one can still call it that. It truly is a terrifying sight to behold. This is definitely not Thancred. Nope. North of the station is Regio Domorum, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close. No wandering off. Understood? Made for walking. Last bastion. Alright, so this will be the last quest we do for today. Julius knows only too well that danger lurks around every corner. From here, we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen? Aye, they spare their own, but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though we'll try to avoid detection, the chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I'll lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you're to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, I will not take that chance. With that said, let us proceed. Ah! We're gonna fight, hey? Hang on, I'm just gonna check for currents. Ooh! There's one over here. Excuse me. I'll be right back. There's a current somewhere. Aha. Oi. Car. I ran right past the car without even noticing it. Tasty. Yes. Cars. Need any help there? Alright, I guess I'll help. Death to her enemies. Her, okay. Boom. God damn it, we're perfectly capable of holding our own. We must stay alert. I see why your comrades chose you. Julius, our contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who thought differently and tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. Train. The runaway train. Yeah. Don't stun me, you jerk. I hate to watch you bear this burden alone. Looks like we're not being followed. We'll continue onward. We're definitely not being followed. He truly believes there's nothing that can be done for them. No wonder he isn't afraid to get his hands dirty. The surest way to limit casualties is to reach our destination without drawing attention to ourselves. Perhaps afterwards we can try again to convince Julius that the Tempered can be saved. I meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only out of a desire to remain undiscovered, and that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. Whoa. Minerva. That's a big, scary robo-gorilla. Hi. Minerva. Where do I know that name from? Ooh, Etherite. Oof. Jesus. Go away. Yeah, not long ago. Yeah, we didn't have any hope either. Goddess of Wisdom and Strategic Warfare versus the Bloody Warfare of Mars. Ah, okay. Well. Folk live. Such a transformation is likely irreversible. To think they were once ordinary people. Look at what they have become. Would you still stand there and claim that they can be cured? Those exposed to a vast quantity of a primal's aether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you have seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you will think twice before speaking of a cure. I see an Aetherite. Aetherite, Aetherite. Oh, it's underground, I think. Aha. Even here in the outskirts, it's plain to see how vastly different Garlemald is compared to other cities. Though I wish there was another way, I thank you for keeping us from harm. We're almost there. You have kept your side of the agreement, so I will keep mine. This way. I like how they have cerulean sprites. Cool. Where's twins? Speak with Julius yet again. This is Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations. It now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I'll be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. Go on, down the stairs, like I told you. Or is this your first time into an underground station? They're all over Garlemald. Even during severe blizzards, we could use them to travel from one end of the city to another. Back when they were still in operation, that is. Do your friends know we're coming? Or are we about to get shot? She clearly has no intention of speaking with you. Radio. This place is too sad. Don't like it. I had no idea they had such expansive structures built underground. Welcome to the Garlemald tube. It's plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed. And if Julius was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold. Much like Victor's spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guests, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive, over there. No one wants to talk to me. And clearly, you play triple triad with someone here. I don't like this place. Can I touch your Aetherite? Not responding. Oh. Okay. Look out, spot though. Nice. Imposing commander. I will deal with you in a moment. He certainly looks the part. Now comes the true test.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Vankina, Legatus of the First Legion.
Hi. You have a beard.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, Your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
Yuck. Yep, this guy sucks. Tremendously.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock. Stop! Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed.
She needs to do her dailies.
Even if she allowed herself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If she refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
Because even the most bitter adversary may one day see reason. On the coldest, blackest of nights, meagre though it may be, we must share the warmth of our fire. That one. I like that one.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
Wow. Why do you refuse to submit to our conquering? Like a minute later, oh, put shock collars on kids. Yep. The fuck. I don't know if we can negotiate with this person. Can I touch the Aetherite now? Ah, really? That's gonna be annoying. I have to travel all the way back here manually. Oh, I'll have to leave the stream there. It's getting pretty late. Whew. Wow. Oh, okay. While everything above ground is in complete ruins, this station has so far escaped more or less unscathed. It's far from the ideal place to live, but I'd prefer to take my chances down here than up there. Do I need to accept the next quest? I have to remind myself not to touch it, even if it starts to itch. I'd rather not set it off by accident. Anyway, enough about that. Let's learn what we can from the refugees. It would take more than a trifle such as this to deter us. Compared to what Garlemald's people have suffered in recent days, these collars are a minor inconvenience. Sure. If I accept this, will I be able to attune to the Aetherite? Can't for a while. Okay. All right, then I shall leave the stream there. Jeez, this place is miserable. Well, that was a lot of good story. Okay. Anyone online that I can raid? And hopefully I can stream again soon. Yeah, tomorrow the servers are down for maintenance. But hopefully I can stream again Wednesday. We shall see. Ooh. Sakura's playing Twilight Princess Rando. Cool. I'm going to send you over to Sakura. So thank you all very much for watching. And I'll see you all next time. Yeah.